Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be starting very soon. If you'd all like to take your seat, please. We'll be starting in just a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be commencing our evening's performance now in 2 minutes. Could you all please take your seats? Folks, could any of our adjudicators who are in the hall, could you make your way up to the front desk here, please? We're just about to begin. So that's if any adjudicators are in the hall, could you please come forward? Nis a gine úsla a hard a géal, a Walterí, a hismahórí, a muhórí, agus ahan duine tá an seo aniu buil an fáilte mhór a th roh heag an Arklan Riga an seo a gastan awari. Is me se Stefan O'Hay as Chiron, agus be me mar arati a gof don Tronona agus tan hanacht. And Hedrod, Fogarabug Slandala, quick safety notice, you'll see the emergency exits on both sides of the hall here. In the event of an emergency, please follow the steward's directions. Gana hilwilje, boilham fáiltear ardan a her riv Fergal ó Morahu as my own shaw at Tagalahiol or on Nation na Heron or on the Vein doing Dunny Hanacht. I'd like you all to be upstanding for Or on the Vein, sung tonight by Fergal ó Morahu, and Fergal informs me that you're all more than welcome to sing along. Got a kid moigat Fergal and sin. Thomas and Sean, you le Orchid war special a Hockru ta Corrig ta Scorig Kelleru Kegel Blaine Disham Lena Oxen Thomas and Sean Act le Cream the Heron Hockru the Scorn and Oak Yalvila is in Nijig. You're very welcome to the 2019 final of Scorn and Oak. Gonna hill you will you Thomas gonna her two slash an head commordus is shin Rinkafernia. We're gonna first of all start off with our Rinkafernia. Okay. To do that, it always helps to bring the right clipboard on stage. While I'm Fáilte Arden, Ardusa her Riv na Ceoltarí, I'd like to welcome our musicians here. We have Stephen Doherty and Tom Doherty as Weo, agus Bruna Graham as Cundi Intrama. Nish an head club an head Cundi ar Arden seo, Thomas Gull ad le Cúga Connachta be Niamh Dominic Ogin as Roscommon. So we have St. Dominic's from Roscommon, and they will be dancing the 8-hand reel. Okay, my Shafin, which are Ross comment those ladies just told me that they have been the Connacht champions 5 out of 6 times the past 6 years. So, Ninaki Nua, it's no big surprise at all there. I thought Ross Common people could make more noise than that. That'll do for now. Ramos Rai Higgin Head and Head Rinka Fernia Ella and Ishbe Tumsgaladla Kuga Lion Agus be Kilcormac Kilahayogin as Ivali. You see now, that's a bit of noise to be proud of there. These ladies will be dancing the High Cult Cap. Okay, much of a Hanyani Avali, we shouldn't slacked or fallen sin. Well done there to the Offaly girls. Clearly they brought a lot of support with them today. And Head Huga Elenish, Ramachadla Kuga Olu, Mahuga Hain, and Tam Shaw be Nimorna Ahagalan Ugin, as Kundi Intrama. We've St Mary's Ahagalan from Antrim, and they'll be dancing the cross reel. Ishmoishev Ahagalan, that was Ahagalan, they're the Antrim champions 8 times running. So Moishev and Bishev Rose. Anyone who's taken part in Orani Ogdana and solo singing, if you're not really behind stage, please go so now. And Head Club Ella, and Head Kundi Ella, and Kundi Jernach, and Comorna Shaw, by Tibridge Aaron Uggin, and Cashlin Nua, as Tibridge Aaron Uggin. I think there may be a few people from Tip here tonight. And these dancers will be dancing the cross reel. Okay, my shiv and Cashla Nuishin, Jerry Lesh and Comornishin, Ring California. Took a good more bus wine ella, done a douse really like Ludolf. Could have one more round of applause for all our dancers. Mr. Ahmed Ryan Hagan, Kid Comornisella, Shishin Comornis or Raniacht Einer. We'll move on to solo singing. And Kid Kuga or Ardenish by Kuga Lion again. And Tam Shaw by Keely New Orleans, and Tam Shaw o Bana Bala Iviti. Thought there might be someone here from there. We have Keely Morning from Bono Ballymiddy. Agus tá sé go cheol Sweet Inish Cara.
I have traveled in exile amidst cold-hearted strangers, far, far from my home and the beautiful Lee. I have traveled alone through sorrows and dangers, I have braved every storm, by land and by sea. Through Colombia's wild forests, or India's spicy bowers, are the great foreign rivers, whose sons are of gold. I sigh for thee still, mid the birds and the flowers. I love you and will, till this heart will grow cold. I have roved with fair maidens in dark flowing tresses, and beautiful eyes that look kindly on me. But I thought with regret of the smiles and caresses of a fair-haired young maiden who lives by the lea. I have come back again, and she's not in her bower, and the river flows past with its calm, tiny waves. I have called her in vain for the ivy-crowned tower of sweet Inishkara o'ershadows the grave, and the home of my childhood to ruin has fallen, and the dear ones that blessed it shall greet me no more. But I gaze on it still, joyous visions recalling, though the long grass has grown on the step of her door. I will be with you soon, and the shamrock above me, from my own native birthplace, nevermore shall I roam, till I'm laid in the grave with the dear one that loved me. As in death she will welcome her wanderer home. Gurb míle maith agat.
Okay, gur bhain go tíon a chéalaí as tús bin ceolhar a thur leis an comórtas ó Ránaíocht Éinear. An chéad ó mé thuirlanis be Cáilín agin as cúga olú, an tam seo be Aoifar ní Chréinear agin. Unfortunately, Aoife didn't bring any support with her tonight. Okay, Aoife and seo le canú ar son Cumann Llúndaibh an Dún. Aoife will be singing Slán Awala.
The sun is down, the moon is blue. I think they know that I'm missing you, but time will heal this heartfelt pain as soon Slán wala, slán go far. My heart is breaking without you restore. No gash fiddery shring, is beex me new and Celtic chucked. Oh, McCree Shamrock. I see an island, you're on the pier. I see you crying in the misty air. You look so lonely, and there's no one near. Wish I could hold you, wish you were here. Slán wala, slán go far. My heart is breaking without you restore. No gash fiddery shring, is beex me new and Celtic chucked. Oh, McCree Shamrock. Look out your window when you're feeling blue. You'll see a bluebird looking at you. Lay down your head and let yourself be free. Take in your deepest breath and sing with me. Slán wala, slán go far. My heart is breaking without you restore. No gash fiddery shring, is beex me new and Celtic chucked. Oh, McCree Shamrock. Erin Celtic chucked. Oh, McCree Shamrock.
Lena Johnson, Shannon Sin. Cahiga Kinshuk Adanik Shin own Kriamak in the Jazz or Fad. And here Orny Elenish, Tom's Golad Le Kugamoon, and Tam Shaw by Martin O'Lorkin. We have Martin Lorkin.
My song for you this evening, it's not to make you sad, not for adding to the sorrows of our troubled northern land. But lately I've been thinking and it just won't leave my mind. I'll tell you of two friends one time who were both good friends of mine. Isaac Scott from Benahee lived just across the field, a great man for the music and the dancing and the reels. MacDonald came from South Armagh to court young Agnes Fair, We'd often meet on the Ryan Road and laughter filled the air. And there were roses, roses, there were roses, and the tears of the people ran together. Well, Isaac, he was Protestant and Sean was Catholic born. It never made a difference, for the friendship, it was strong. And sometimes in the evenings when we heard the sound of drums, we said it won't divide us, we always will be one. For the ground our fathers plowed in, the soil it is the same, and the places where we say our prayers have just got different names. We talked about the friends who died, we'd hoped there'd be no more. But it was little then we realized the tragedy in store. It was on a Sunday morning when the awful news came round. Another killing had been done just outside Newrytown. We knew that Isaac danced up there, and we knew he liked the band. But when we heard that he was dead, we just could not understand. We gathered at his graveside on a cold and rainy day. The minister, he closed his eyes, and for no revenge he prayed. And all of us who knew him from along the Ryan Road, we bowed our heads and said a prayer for the resting of his soul. And there were roses, roses, there were roses, and the tears of the people ran together. Well, fear had filled the countryside, there was fear in every home. One late at night a car came prowling round the Ryan Road. A Catholic would be killed tonight, even up the score. Oh Christ, it's young MacDonald that they've taken from the door. But Isaac was my friend, he cried, he begged them with his tears. But centuries of hatred have ears that cannot hear. An eye for an eye, it was all that filled their minds. And another eye for another eye, till everyone is blind. My song for you this evening, it's not to make you sad, not for adding to the sorrows of our troubled northern land. But lately I've been thinking, and it just won't leave my mind. I'll tell you of two friends one time who were both good friends of mine. Now I don't know where the moral is or where the song should end, but I wonder just how many wars are fought between good friends. And those who gave the orders, they are not the ones to die. It's Scott and MacDonald and the likes of you and I. And there were roses, roses, there were roses, and the tears of the people ran together. There were roses, roses.
Gurmataki. Okay, mai hian war chin ning ta kha into cook ta kar far chen agus kai Good kinds of Gadachin Shishin the Coach Wardini. Martin would like to thank his sister Breach, who has actually flown all the way from England just to be here this evening to support him. This year was right, Hig an Head Orniella, August and Tony Jernocht and Corna Shaw, and Tam Shaw by Kuga Connacht again. We've Connacht now represented by Evelyn Ní Chahin, Atan Shaw, O Wanastir Crocwibi, in Galjev. We've Ellen Kane here from Abbey Knockmoy, Gundina Galjeva, and she'll be singing Eamon a Crick.
Dark is the evening, silent the hour. Oh, who is that minstrel by yonder lone tower, whose heart is so tenderly touching with skill? Oh, who would that be but young Ned of the Hill, who sings, Lady Love, will you come with me now? Come and live out with me under the bough. I will pillow your head where the light fairies tread, if you will but wed with young Ned of the Hill. I will fare a god, a rivu magurish, dunta misha non knick at the botcha for flock. Oh, here you'll lift is glanta. A lake so quich, caught the ain unshade ditch. Moragur in earth bin Jemoguna. Iskame puder dove, I love Lachlan could see. Iskame midgerain mukta. His father, Mishimwe, fui shnaktas, fui yak, is gone noktagam, erenia, movraner gonkor, mahishakon score, is gone dagam. Neil Caragum, his thorn is long shin. Ag lucky may mocked, no jet. still sings Lady Love. Will you come with me now? Come under the bough. I will pillow your head where the light fed. If you will but wed of the hill. Gurmahadi.
Leis an Martin sin. A big round of applause for all our orators. Condi Intrama. We have in Ronaldstown by Patsy.
Not upon my starving family the night, and how I curse that winter's night because we hadn't paid our rent. And made a solemn promise their rent he'd try to pay. Oh, they said they had their order rent. Your per for any bailiff spoke, alas, were harsh, but true. For the little money that we had was needed to buy bread. What good's a roof to cover you if you're hungry going to bed? And the man who did so much for us had to make that bitter choice. I still can feel the sadness in his frightened, trembling voice. Oh no, they'd no time to listen to my pregnant mother's pleas. Don't throw us out. Don't throw us out. She begged them on her knees, for the night is cold and wicked. Please let us stay till morn, at least for the children's sake, and my little child unborn. But they spared no thought for us little ones, without shoes upon our feet, as they exercised their power, and left us on the street. You carried out your orders, your duty you obeyed. Another family homeless for 5 shillings, yet unpaid. You spared no thought for us at all, though well you knew our need, to satisfy your master's lust and selfishness and greed. I never will forget him, for that crime he can't deny. For on that cold, cold winter's night, I watched my mother die. And I would gladly die myself than to have that landlord's shame. And it's on his mansion's doorstep is where I'll place the blame. For man's inhumanity to man can hurt right to the core. And there's no sin that's greater than the selfish, looking more. Though many years have passed now, and I am no longer a child, as I gaze on these rubble ruins with its ivy growing wild, what was it worth, I ask myself, these walls of stone and lime? Very little to the rich man, but a lot to me and mine. For inside these whitewashed ruins are secrets from the past and childhood dreams which I once had, but were never meant to last. Now if it be God's wishes, and he allows me to grow old, I pray he'll keep a watchful eye o'er the homeless and the cold. I'll beg for his forgiveness, that he might understand my state. And maybe, in his mercy, he'll lead me through those gates. For it's there I'll see my mother, who died amidst the snow, and cradled in her feeble arms the child I did not know. Gurmalga.
Okay, go mai gothain, mai catch as an scale bronach tragus sin rinslin inu. And head on my hor Elenish, taking she as Cúg na Moon, agus be Canas Orion again at Anshaw or some common Kaini Krasi, Tibrajaran. We'll have Canas Ryan from Tipperary, and he'll be reciting Walter the Ass.
Walter the Ass. School days. They were full of confusion. And I wasn't too bright to tell you the truth. So the parents, they came to the conclusion that I just wasn't fit for Maynooth. Too tall to be a dwarf in the circus. And I hadn't the height for the guards. And in between ignorant garsoon, ill-designed for financial rewards. Still, the father thought I was a charmer, and there was nothing that he could do. So he sent me to work for a farmer in a backward place up in Carehow. Now, this old man, he hadn't a brother nor sister, and was at least 60 or more, and he lived with his old widowed mother, an invalid aged 94. Now, the first week, 'twasn't too easy. Sure, I couldn't do anything right. And the grub, 'twas never too gracy. Just stir about morning and night. For dinner, there'd be great variations. Not a word about mutton or malt. One day, we'd have salt and potatoes. And the next day, potatoes and salt. Now, the next week, 'twas a little bit better. For 3 chickens, they died in the coop. We ate the mate out of the feathers. And we lived for a week on the soup. The next week was of all vegetation. Turnips, cabbage, and grass. Now, that's not high-calorie ration. When misfortune befell the old ass. Well, one morning I went to fetch Walter, for that was the old donkey's name. But the minute I put on the halter, sure I could see he was terribly lame. I ran back to tell the old farmer. He examined him crooked, then straight. Then he whispered to me with a tremor, "Sure, there's no point in wasting good mate." So he sent me back for the hammer, the big butcher's knife, and the saw. And poor Walter, he gave his last tremble as he plunged the knife in his craw. He wiped the knife off his breeches, saying, "That's the last journey for Walt." Then he split the ass down in 2 fletches, and he sent me to town for the salt. Now, the meat of an ass is like rubber, not fit for a stomach like mine. But the farmer, he had teeth like a grubber, and he ate it clean out of the brine. I offered a bit to the granny, thinking it might help her improve. But that night, she was roaring for Andrews, trying to keep the old ass on the move. The farmer, he slept in the kitchen, on a big double bed with 2 doors. For his pillow, the saddle and breechin, and he'd awaken the dead with his snores. The old woman, a slave to sciatica, sure she couldn't lie easy in bed. When at night I'd be going to the attic, she'd be sitting there nodding her head. One morning I woke with a tremble, and I ran down the stairs to surprise to see the old woman laid out on the table and the farmer just closing her eyes. Well, I ran from that house like a demon, and the farmer was screaming to halt. As I ran down that road, he was roaring, "Come back here and bring me the salt." Germagus.
Maith Hien cheanna sínteach in the grammar or fadad sin. It's always nice when you're not the only donkey getting mentioned on stage. Rahamas Rai, Hig an Head Omihorella, Tam Shaw, be Farogin as Kuga Connachta. Be Evan Magilla and Tan Shaw as Ross Common, with Evan Gunn here with Elfin Ross Common, August the Session, Agolara. What kind of an Egypt are you?
Me father never praised me much, except when there was money made. And I remember he used to give me shocking eightens when I'd lie in bed till dinner time, or longer, depending on the head and how late I'd been out the night before. And I can still see him standing at the door, and he let out this almighty roar. "What kind of an idiot are you?" And I'd look at him like a schoolboy, dumb, after being asked some difficult sum by the master. Well, the fact that I was an idiot, I had no doubt. It was the kind of a one I could never work out. And I remember when I was 17, and I went down to buy me first car. And I couldn't go far without the old lad coming along to give his wee bit of advice. And we were just going up to Brady's yard, and Brady coming out looking for his pound of lard or flesh, asking, "And what sort of a yoke were you thinking of getting?" And I could see the old lad setting himself up for a long discussion on 15-year-old escorts, a bit like the one he had himself. And before he could say, "That's another good day," I said, "A red one with a stereo." And I looked at the old lad, and the head was low, and he turned as if to go, and he muttered, "What kind of an idiot are you?" And I went over to look at this sporty car, and across the yard I could see the old lad with his head stuck in the boot of a Volkswagen Jetta, thinking, "That'd be a fierce yoke for carrying a lock of mailbags." And I was going to shout over, "Why don't you get into it?" But I went along with me Dale, and Brady in his suit made another sale. I bought a sound, reliable car with low mileage that was easy on petrol. And it was red with a stereo and had 2 big lumps of spot lamps on the front. The old lad didn't speak for a week. And I remember too, I used to play a bit of ball, mostly around the middle of the field. He was tall and strong and good at the freeze. Of course, That was before the bad knees and the hamstrings. And the old lad used to come to every match, and he'd watch every kick and every catch I'd make. Or then I'd fall and you'd hear him roar, "Keep your eye on the ball," or "What the hell are you at?" And then I got on the Roscommon team. And for me, that was like the realization of a childhood dream. Of course, that's when the old lad would chew the wire and smoke Joe Brady's fags, because he'd none of his own. And you'd hear him roar, "Look at number 9 all alone in the middle of the field. Would you mark him? Stop running around like an idiot. How can you play and you not fit? Let the ball do the work. Let it into the square. Long balls, long balls, long balls." But then the ref would blow the whistle for a free against me, and the owl would start to boo. "Boo, boo, boo, you fool, you boo." He wasn't a great booer. And then we got into a final, and I was true on goal, and thinking of the old lad, and playing the hero's role, and sticking that ball in the back of the net. Well, wasn't I met by this big fullback? He landed me on my backside in the muck. "What kind of an idiot are you? Take him off to hell." He didn't speak for a month. And I remember the evening around 4:30 or 5. And I got a phone call, and the doctor said, "Your father's alive, but he's weak. He won't last the night." And I remember trembling and shaking all over with the fright and the shock. And I rushed up to the house as quick as I could. And I said a prayer for my father, like any son would. And I went into the room, and there he was lying on the bed. And he turned and he looked at me, and he said, "I never praised you much." And I said, "No. No, you never praised me much." And he seemed to smile and say, "There was often a lack of communication." Aye, there was. There was. Gurmina Magath.
Okay, Mahu Evaninson, I'm still not sure what kind of age you actually are. Anyone taking part in ballot group, could you come behind stage, please? And head Omi Hor Ella, agus and Tommy Hor Jernoch, Don Comorda Shonish, Tumsgola Adla Kugel Lion, Catch the Lynchiogin at Hanshaw, son the Podrig, Arda and Longford. We'll have Kitty Lynch from St. Patrick's and Longford. And she will be reciting Waiting for Tory Top.
Waiting for Tory Top, le Andreas Olanchi. Patrick O'Connor was going to kiss me, right here at the back of the clubhouse. This was going to be it. Oh yeah. Now, to be fair, the boy had buck teeth and an unhealthy fascination with tractors. But on the other hand, my friend Leah Victory was mad into him. So naturally, I had to kiss him. He started his slow approach. God, his breath stank. What was I thinking? Then I heard my father. Tory Top. What was he doing here? Ha, Tory Top? Is that Sean O'Connor? How you boy? Did I mention that my father's from Cork? Patrick O'Connor nearly wet himself and vanished. For goodness sake, I told you not to wait for me. It's a 5-minute walk home. Ugh. I gave him the silent treatment all the way back. Not that he'd notice. My father was mortifying. Tattered pants, baling twine, and a big curly-headed, Cork-accented, sing-song Muppet head on him. Sitting in the car by the side of the road, and no bother, boy, waiting for Tory Top. School bus will be along any minute. Like the whole of Longford had to know our business. At least college was easier. He'd still insist on picking me up every Friday from the bus, but I had him park way down the street, so none of my new friends would ever see him. But he'd still be there, waiting for Tory Top. Leave Victory didn't leave. She stayed home and married Patrick O'Connor. She was actually pregnant. My father suggested that we light a candle for the child so he wouldn't get Patrick's ears. We laughed so hard, I nearly crashed the car. He had been teaching me how to drive at the weekends. We just had so much fun. I was working in the States for the summer when the call came through. Oh no. Not my daddy. A frenzied, frantic flight. Some red-eyed cousin grabbing my bags in a half run at the airport. Hospital. He lay there, grubby and diminished on sanitized sheets. Pale. Silent. Leaving. I grasped his large, gnarly lump of a hand. Rough, grooved, filthy shovels, ingrained with hostile common labor that was far beneath the likes of me. Fighter's fists that never closed in anger. I told him that I loved him over and over again, desperate now that he'd hear me and know. Really know. I felt a feeble, silent press. Just me and him. Just me. Later, they told me that it was a miracle that he had lasted for so long. It was no miracle. He was just doing as he'd always done. He'd waited for Tory Top. Grammy and Mike with.
Okay, Gromag Hain, Katie and Shinta Kuchtach or Fad. Katie has told me she's delighted that Granny Therese is here, and she apologises to all the Cork fathers who got a bit of grief there, but she does actually have one herself and she understands the real pain. Rahmat Ryan Higgin Kid, Comorna Sella, Shishin Comorna's Ballad Groupa. We'll move on to Ballad Group. And Head Groupa Ireland, by Groupa Uggin as Cougamoon. By Killian Ichiv as Corky Uggin. We're going to have Cullen here from Cork. And their songs will be the Night Visiting Song, followed then by the City of Chicago. And I would ask, obviously, for the best of order in the auditorium tonight, please, for all our competitors.
Wake up, love, 'tis thine own true lover. Wake up, love, and let me in, for I am tired of and oh so weary, and more than near drenched to the skin. Dordig she Sue was on a pillar bogban. Dordig she Sue was she stock, fi she is come poor dog, ilor vakela. Kick a revani ha for the heart. And when that long night was past and over, and when the small clouds began to grow, he's taken her hand and they've kissed and parted. He saddled and mounted, and away did go. I must away now, I can no longer tarry. This morning's tempest I have to cross. I must be guided without a stumble into the arms I love the most. In the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. of Chicago. Chicago. As the evening shadows fall, evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. Some of them knew fortune and some of them knew fame. More of them knew hardship and died upon the plain. They spread throughout the nation, they rode the railroad cars, brought their songs and music to ease their lonely hearts. In the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. In the city of Chicago, as the evening shadows fall, there are people dreaming of the hills of Donegal. The hills of Donegal.
Okay, my shiv Chalani Chivan sin into my fad. The girls told me that this is their first time the club has actually taken a ballot group as far as All Ireland, but I'm sure you'll agree they did a great job there. My shiv Hian. Rahmas Ryan Hagan head grúpa Elish ben Tam Show be grúpa again as Kuga Connacht ben Neve Morna as Condi Lintra again. We're going to have St Mary's from Leitrim, and they'll be singing My Calvin Girl, followed then by Iramage Fasta.
As I walk the road from Killashandra, weary I sit down, for it's 12 long miles around the lake to get to Cavan Town. The looter and the road I go once seemed beyond compare. Now I curse the time it takes to reach my cabin girl so fair. The autumn shades are on the leaves, the trees will soon be bare. Each red cold leaf around me seems the color of her hair. My gaze Marathomich, eggs, melon, free, no strong cherry, concrete, very me, I get on off it. Clyra, like she is good, Jotan, fierce, bear, bio, and Santina. Neil, master, the word, they're the class of the sport, the go gone, you can ask and a cheer, ha. Tá Clarship na heron the father free round August on the Falcon on Tatum. On Clarship the Vian and the Kurt on Cree, I thought she gone free, a sea brave hat. These fishy gills is where I fall by guys stuck in the Vivrishta. Emo we work she until show me hungry and there's no of Navina Beast Krista. Artho and Mitch on a hair and level there, son is there, show this our bella. Oscar, she really gets very she put get bluff for any crew out on Verla. Nevu she falls up by she egg falls in a crown back grave all in. August scappy on scale of veil, go veil, can I see she could shame that fall on. Cherry concrete, up very much I get run off it. Clyra, like she is good show. Ton fierce spirit below in Master the word, they're the class of the sport. The go going can ask and cheer ha. Neo master the word, class of the sport. The go going can ask and cheer ha.
My Shiv Chalini Ni Mora and Shin. I was speaking to those ladies earlier on there, and they told me that they have been, for 4 years now, they've been the Connacht champions, and it's no surprise, my Shiv. And he had grúpa ar Ardenish by Kugel Lion again, and Hamshaw by the Podrig Ardaha as a Longford again. Agus ta sé go lechanu Tour du Bois, followed by Walking on the Waves.
If a bow tie am granted, then safe let me be. Ooh, cross or the Boyne, for its deep and dark waters part his heart and mind. And the Boyne it flows on and out to the sea. If a boat I am granted, then safe let me be. Gently I'll go, for gently I'll row, as gently you breathe as you ebb and flow. Does he know I stand each day on the shore? Does he know I'd give up to see him once more? Does he know I've wept a million times o'er? And is he still waiting as he was before? And the Boyne it flows on and out to the sea. If a boat I am granted, then safe let me be. Gently I'll go, for gently I'll row, as gently you breathe as you ebb and flow. The boatman he wants gold I can't give. My parents are poor, I have nothing to give. Only my heart, and that will not float. So please don't deny me, it's to Eartham Bart. To Eartham Bart, to Eartham Bart. On the story Harsalia, Shema Hamoho. Weakness is prone, Lorny Glaw. We bristag on Suvanis, through Eartham Bart. And the Boyne it flows on and out to the sea. If a boat I am granted, then safe let me be. Gently I'll go, for gently I'll row, as gently you breathe as you ebb and flow. An island in the sunlight, laughter in the rain, a whiskey in the darkness. It all feels just the same. Watch the sunset over Galway, see the twilight march to dawn, hear the waves crash the shoreline as old darling carries on. I've been walking these shores all my days, but with you by my side I am walking on the waves. I've been walking these shores all my days, but with you by my side I am walking on the waves. Two lovers on the Claddagh, as they walk down to my days, but with you by my side, I am walking on the waves. I've been walking these shores all my days, but with you by my side, I am walking on the waves. So you look out on the ocean, see the headlands and the strands, and you wonder what horizons will shape tomorrow's plans. Through the turning of the seasons and the cycle of the days, every dream's another reason to let tomorrow sail away. I've been walking these shores all my days, but with you by my side, I am walking on the waves. I've been walking these shores all my days, but with you by my side, I am walking on the waves. I've been walking these shores all my days, but with you by my side, I am walking on the waves.
Moishe Fianna Chanyani, Hintach Sulphur or Fadenshin. I believe those girls have been singing together for nearly 10 years now, but this is their first All-Ireland score attempt, so best of luck there. Nish Rahmas Ryan Hick and Kid Kuga Elagus and Kuga Jernocht on Kawarda Shaw. I have a feeling you know who they are. And Tam Shaw be Waddy Graham again as Sandlan Gundi Curda. We've Waddy Graham's from County Derry, and they will be singing The Parting Glass and The Blarney Roses.
Gently rise and softly call. Good night and joy that ere I had. They're sorry for my going away, and all the sweethearts that ere I had would wish me one more day to stay. But since it fell unto my lot that I should rise and you should not, so I'll gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all. So fill to me the parting glass and drink a health whate'er befalls. Then gently rise and softly call, good night and joy be to you all. Good night and joy be to you all. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? It may be down in Limerick town or over in Mayo. It's somewhere in the Emerald Isle, of this I want to know. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? It may be down in Limerick town or over in Mayo. It's somewhere in the Emerald Isle, of this I want to know. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? 'Twas over in Old Ireland near the town of Cushendall. One morn I met a damsel there, the fairest of them all. 'Twas with my young affections and my money did she go. She told me she belonged to where the Blarney roses grow. Her cheeks were like the roses, her hair a raven hue. Before that she was done with me, she had me raving too. She left me sorely stranded, not a coin she left, you know. She told me she belonged to where the Blarney roses grow. Tell me where, tell me where, tell me where, tell me where. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? It may be down in Limerick town or over in Mayo. It's somewhere in the Emerald Isle, of this I want to know. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? There's roses in Killarney and the same in County Clare. But on my word, those roses, boys, I can't see anywhere. She blarneyed me and by the purse, she left me broke. Oh. The damsel that belonged to where the Blarney roses grow. I kissed the grandma creamy boy, she murmured soft to cheek. If you belong to Ireland, it yourself belongs to me. Her Donegal, come all you broke, she captured me, you know. I scrammed to her in that same place where the Blarney roses grow. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? It may be down in Limerick town or over in Mayo. It's somewhere in the Emerald Isle, of this I want to know. Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow? Can anybody tell me where the Blarney roses grow?
Okay, well, much folks, you might have noticed Kieran there on the guitar. He was telling me earlier on that the girls have been annoying him all week because it's been Valentine's week, that they're actually looking roses from him, but he said it's just never going to happen. Sin Jerry Lesh and Cornish Ballad Group, by Sus, Fiha Bowmanchug. I'm going to take a quick 20-minute break here. I just remind you that during the interval there'll be tickets on sale. You'll see a lot of stewards running around there selling tickets, raffle tickets. There are several prizes. I have mine here. There are 7 prizes in total, so make sure to go and have a look for one of the stewards who are selling them. Okay, got a kid, Mike, of Chibins Reshif. Okay, I heard you. When you touched the rash, you're going, yeah, well, much we'll be starting back in 2 minutes. If you'd like to take your seats, please.
What it is, Paddy? Stop, Stevie. Stop in there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Your microphone. Could you do me a favour? Could you turn it off as soon as you start?
Too much. Yeah. Stop the.
She dressed her baby Ali.
Folks, just a few notices here before we start back. First of all, if you didn't already get your raffle ticket, don't forget. 7 wonderful prizes, and they're well worth having. I think they're €5 each. So just speak to any of the stewards there. They'll sort you out for a raffle ticket. Also, there's a car sitting outside. It looks to be a Volkswagen from the picture. The car's running. The registration is AJ15 UPC. So it's probably a car from up the north somewhere. It's AJ15 UPC. It's a Volkswagen Passat. So again, Volkswagen Passat, AJ15 UPC, and the car is running at the minute, so you might want to go and switch it off. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd all like to take your seats, please. One final announcement will be starting now, immediately. Also, there's been a pink iPhone found here. It's in a pink sort of leather wallet case. So if it's yours, please come up to the front desk here. So if anyone has lost an iPhone, come and find it up here, please. It's in a pink cover. Nisha Harja, Falcharash, Gana Hilluia, Kermas Tus, Leshan Darna La, Ramas Rai, Higgin Kid, Cornis Ellis, using Cornis Leru Stacha. We move on to our Leru Stacha. And Kid Kuga Arden by Kuga Connacht Duggin. We've Connacht coming on stage. I can see lots of flags waving at the back there. Plenty of support. Sorry, I didn't hear you there. Were you making enough noise? So, Kermas Falter Arden, Riv Neve Dominic, as for us coming. We've seen Dominic's here from Roscommon, and their piece is entitled Oisín and Neve, The True Story. And I would ask for the best of order in the hall, please. Roscommon, have a clear stage. Timing starts now.
Una, what are we going to do now?
Don't worry, he's just at that age.
But we need
I
to...
told you, you were pushing him too hard.
He is supposed to be the next leader of Na Fianna.
He'll be fine. Nanny lit a candle.
Ah!
Story, Fionn.
Don't talk to me.
Right, so, how's the family?
Oh, that son of mine has me head wrecked.
Oisín, what you on about? Sure, he's a grand lad.
Well, how's about ya? Who are you giving out about now?
I tell you, Leah, that son of mine is a disaster. He has no interest in hunting or fighting.
Sure, Oisín is a great hunter.
Aye, and a great warrior. Sure, didn't I train him myself? Ah!
Isn't he a fast runner?
As fast as TJ Reid.
He's way faster than that. He's as fast as Jack McCaffrey.
No! Sure, he's as fast as Mummy when there's washing on the line and it starts to rain.
Sure, nobody's that fast.
My friends, all you say is true, or at least it was. But lately he has changed. He no longer cares for the way of Na Fianna.
My chieftain, what do you mean?
How has he changed?
Changed? Well, if that's true, he's a muppet. Do you know how many years of training it takes to become a warrior of Na Fianna?
Aye, why would he throw us all away?
I don't know. Sure, just look at him. He spends his days listening to this infernal racket on his mobile phone, as he calls it.
What's this? Mobile phone. I've never heard of that before.
And where did he get those clothes? This is not the apparel of a warrior of Na Fianna.
Do you remember last summer?
When he went to visit his aunt?
Near the land of the Sassanach.
Yes. Well, she got him those clothes. They're apparently called treads, bro. For he regularly asks me, what do you think of my treads, bro?
And what of his hair and the beard?
No one is good enough to cut his hair or trim his beard since Paddy Joe Burke married and left Roscommon.
Now, getting back to this mobile phone, where did that come from? And what does it do?
His aunt got it out of the back of a donkey and cart near the hill of Tara.
Mobile phone. It's a smartphone, and it is the must-have accessory for every modern man. Hey, here we go, riding my horse to Knockagrio, from Athlone up to Castle Barrow. Giddy up, here we go, oh, all the way to Mayo.
Oh, you truly have every right to be worried, Fionn. Although he does seem to still like composing poetry.
What about Una? What does his ma say about this?
Oh, she feels he's going through a difficult phase and that a good woman will fix it.
A good woman? Only if she's a magician. Should just look at him. Who is that?
I have no idea, but she is beautiful.
Hello, fair maiden. I am Finn McCool, leader of Na Fianna. Who are you, and what brings you here? You are not from Roscommon, for I would know you if you were.
You are right, O mighty leader of Na Fianna. I am not from here. My name is Niamh Kinor, and I come from the land of Tirnanoke, where my father is king. I come to Ireland seeking a husband.
We have heard your son Oisín is a handsome young man. Strong, brave, wise, and courteous.
I come to ask him to become my husband and journey back with me to Tirnanoke.
Well, I do have a son, but I'm not sure if he's as brave, handsome, and as strong as you seem to think. He could be marriage material if you have a good imagination.
Or terrible eyesight.
And no sense of smell.
That is your son Oisín. Where is the young handsome man we heard of in Tirnanoke? Hermione, maybe we should go back and look at Trump again.
Too late. He is already on wife number 3. Where is the tall, handsome warrior, famous for his strength and good looks?
He seems to be going through a phase, but his mother feels it is only temporary, and that a good woman will fix it.
Only if she has some serious magical powers.
Where is your good lady wife? I'll talk to her about Oisín, see what she thinks I need to do.
Oh, she's never too far away. Oh, Una, my dear, come meet Niamh Kinor, a princess from Tirnanoke, who has come to meet our son, Oisín.
What great news, Fionn. To be honest, I thought we'd never get rid of him. Oh my, what a beauty you are. You'll make my Oisín a fine wife. I know he's a little unkempt at the minute, but he'll clean up very nicely. You take my word for it.
Yes, all he needs is a haircut and maybe a shave. Oh, and a wash. And then you'll have a presentable husband to bring back to your parents.
I bet they'd be delighted with their new son-in-law.
They'd probably call him Oisín the Unclean.
Hey!
Come, Niamh, I'll introduce you to him. Oisín! 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 Oisín, I want you to meet Niamh Kinor. She's a princess from the land of Tirnanoke, and she's looking for a husband. Play your cards right, son, and you'll never know how things might turn out. Did I mention she's a princess?
Wow!
Well, Oisín, you're not exactly what I expected.
It's a beautiful night. Hey, baby, I think I want to marry you.
Oh, Oisín, you are a charmer.
Hey, baby, come here. Let's take a selfie. 1, 2, 3. That's great. Now we can update my profile.
Oisín, will you come back to Tirnanoke with me? We can live with my parents in their castle.
You live in a castle?
Duh.
Is it on a hill?
Of course.
Well, you know what we'll do every night? We'll watch the sunset over the castle on the hill.
How would you feel about a haircut, Oisín?
And a wash. Have you ever heard of a shower?
Sorry, Niamh. No can do. Water charges. Can't afford to pay them. Yee, bro! Can't waste water. I don't think it would be a waste for you.
Won't you even shower for me?
Sorry, honey. I would do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Una, could you leave us alone for a while? I'd like to have a chat with Oisín, get to know him a little better, before we go back to Tirnanoke.
Of course, dear. I'll go find Fionn and let you know you'll both be leaving soon. Fionn, what great news!
She's finally gone. Now, for some magic, Tirnanoke style. Hermione Merku, do your best.
Driocht! Ah! By this magic wand of oak, take away this filthy joke. In his place, grant just one thing. A man.
No, a prince.
Yes, a prince fit to bring to our king. Make him strong
and clean as well,
and take away that dreadful smell. Make him fall in love with Neve. Together, forever, they will be.
I just want your extra time and your kiss.
Wow! Hermione, I wasn't expecting it to work that well.
Me neither.
Neve, I've waited for you all my life. Let us journey back to Tiernan Oak and live together as man and wife.
Okay, let me just go get my horse.
A horse. And she lives in a castle. And she's a princess. Yes.
Sorry, Aishin. Only room for one on the horse. You can run along behind.
Ladies and gents, this is the moment I've been waiting for.
Oh!
I wonder.
Oh no! It's time for this, bro, to Brexit.
First coming of a clear stage, timing stops now. Okay, my shiv, Niamh Dominic. I think we all enjoyed that. Clearly, love is in the air in Roscommon. They've now been invited on stage to take their final bow. Okay, my Chivarish, Niamh Dominic, and Shin Rahamas Rai, Hick and Head Kuga Ella, Shin Kuga Lion, and Tam Shaw by Ardlaw Hogging as Kildara. We've Ardlaw from Kildare, and their piece is entitled The Children of Lur. Ardlaw have a clear stage. Timing starts now.
The Tuatha Dé Danann, the people of the goddess of Danu, were a divine race who possessed great magical powers. When they arrived in Ireland, they set fire to their boats, so there would be no turning back. The smoke from these fires darkened the sun and filled the land for 3 days. And the Firbolgs who'd been living there imagined that the Tuatha Dé Danann had arrived in a magical mist. For years, the Tuatha Dé Danann ruled Ireland happily and proudly, until one day they were defeated by another wave of invaders, the Miletians. Though banished by these newcomers, the Tuatha Dé Danann did not leave Ireland. Instead, they buried themselves under the ground. And yet, in the quiet of the night, mysterious creatures may still enter the mortal world. There was once a king of Ireland whose name was Lear. He had 4 young children whom he loved deeply. Fionnuala was the eldest child and the only girl, and she had 3 younger brothers, Éire, Con, and Fiachra. Their mother had died when they were very young, but they lived happily with their father until he remarried. jealous of her new husband's love for his children. Soon, her jealousy turned to a hatred, so she could no longer bear the sight of them.
Children, why don't you come down to the lake with me for a swim?
The boys ran out, excited at the opportunity to swim in the smooth waters of Loch Daravara. Vanula was hesitant. She could tell that Aoife was plotting harm, but as her stepmother ordered her to join them, so she slowly waded into the water to join her brothers.
Out with you upon the wild waves, children of King. Henceforth your cry shall be one with the flock of birds.
In an instant, Vanula, Aed, Con, and Fiacra had disappeared, and swimming on the lake were 4 beautiful swans. Horrified by her deed, Aoife ran away. The children were left, for the first time, alone with their fate. From the middle of the loch, the swan children recognized their father approaching, and they flew to the lakeside where they landed with a clatter of wings, calling out their father's name. Father. However, their voices were muffled into the cries of swans, and their father did not recognize them. The children waited in the water near their home for days. Soon days turned to years, years turned to decades, and decades turned to centuries. Till finally, they knew it was time to go. And so, they rose into the air, circled the sorrowful crowd below, and set off for the cold Sea of Moyle. In a quiet inlet on the western coast of Ireland, there's a small island called Inishglora, and there the swans took shelter. They stayed there, and birds flocked from other western islands to listen to their matchless music. A new age had dawned in Ireland. The Tuatha De Danann had been replaced by another race. The old gods had been forgotten and gone underground, and the people now worshipped the new Christian god. The children of they themselves had become legend. A hermit called McQuavehog knew the legend. He went to Inishglora and built a church there. One morning, he saw 4 beautiful swans alight on the lake, and he knew that these must be the swan children. The children trusted the hermit and went ashore. When a king from the south married a queen from the north, the spell was broken, and it revealed a very old woman and 3 very old men.
Quavog baptized them. And it was then that they died. That was the fate of the children of Lear.
Ardclaw have a clear stage. Timing stops now. And we welcome Ardclaw on stage once more. Okay, my shiv Ardclaw fi sin galanta, fi sin harfa filleta and sin. And head chuga Ellenish ramas go chuga Olu and Tam Shaw be Nib Mora a ha Galanogin as Condi Intrama. I've a funny feeling there have been buses coming down all day from Antrim. They're just landing here now. With the amount of noise they're all making up on the top there. Can I tell you, will you, Ramas Rai, Leish and Leiro Taku, 3 wishes for the 50th year of SCORE. Gallen have a clear stage. Timing starts now.
Aaron. Cheer na drekta, cheer an fiol. Cheer na shiugi gojo. Ireland. Land of magic, misty dawns. Also land of leprechauns, near a misty stream in Ireland, in the hollow of a tree, live magical little leprechauns, who are as clever as can be.
There were shoes of golden leather, a coat of emerald green. They sing and dance all day long, but try hard not to be seen.
Only those who really do believe have seen these little elves. If you believe, look with all your heart. You'll see them for yourselves.
I'm a little leprechaun, no pot of gold. This year, a sway wishes the outcome will be clear.
You know the way I'm your helper. Could I have the pot of gold?
No, you just sit beside me and do what you're told.
Maybe I can make a wish. This Brexit thing to end. All the talk of borders drives me round the bend.
Well, my wish it would be simple. To be arranged by Paula McGee. Please take all us SCORE ones to meet the President, Michael D.
Could you two stop with all the chatting? Can't you see there's work to do? Getting ready for the SCORE, preparing for our Larry.
Molly, I've been having the strangest dreams these last few days. Furries, leprechauns, banshees, all calling out to me. I wonder what it could mean. Maybe we're going to have a wee bit of Irish luck.
Oh, don't you start with all that fairy magic again. Your head's away. This is the real world.
Oh, I know, but it's always good to dream.
Oh, you really are a wee bit mad, a bit light in the head. Dreams of fairies and leprechauns. Would you talk some sense instead?
Last night I dreamt I was strolling down the fairy glen. I dreamt I saw the little folk in Ireland once again.
Here, is this the same as last year's, Larry?
It sure looks like it to me.
Ah, but it's the 50th year of score. It'll be different. Just wait and see.
50 years of score. That's a reason to celebrate. We need some Zara magic to make sure we won't be beat.
On the 50th year of school, I have 3 wishes to give away. For some lucky people, I'll grant these wishes today.
Who's deserving of this treat? Who will be the lucky one? Let's sit back and watch as we prepare to have some fun.
Yes, so as you were just saying, you had a dream last night. Fairies and little leprechauns, are you sure your head's all right? Let me tell you about my dream.
Go on, tell me if you dare.
Well, you know how I love the music, and I'm Daniel O'Donnell's biggest fan. I wish that he came to meet me. Oh, he is my dream man.
I thank God grant her wish, because I love Daniel T. Love for all the dances and make this wish come true.
Did something just happen there? My head's in such a spin. I thought I opened the door and saw Daniel walk in.
Hide me, and I'll be standing right there next to you. Stand beside me, stand beside me. For if I should lose you, I just couldn't get anywhere. Stand beside me, stand beside me. You're the only one who ever made me care. Stand beside me, stand beside me. For if I should lose you, I just couldn't get anywhere. Stand beside me, stand beside me. You're the only one who ever made me care. Yes, you're the only one who ever made me care.
Everybody, next time you're up in Donegal, you'll call up for a wee cup of tea.
So that's my first wish granted. The first wish is way. Let's step back and wonder what the next wish shall be.
All this talk of Daniel and dreams is not getting me very far. You know, I've been asked to take part in SCORE this year. They're short a dancer for their team, and they reckon I could be the one to help them reach their dream.
Tell me you're not serious. You're going to dance in the SCORE. Sure, you have 2 left feet. You'll be laughed right out that door.
Well, you are going to help me to learn my 1, 2, 3s. I'm sure I'll be just fine, for I can fairly lift my knees.
Now this I'll have to say, it will be some show. It will be a struggle to get him to point his toe. Right toe out, the other right toe. Arms in, 1, 2, 3, and go. 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Another wish for me to grant. Here's my wish number 2. Make him dance like flatly. Make a swim come true.
talent and your faith, dancing all together, never missing a single beat.
I first have one more wish for Grant, and so you all agree that Okaka and Lee should be wish number 3.
A very special ending to our story this 50th year is to be here in Castle Bar and hear our friends all cheer. And as we leave the stage, we hope it's plain to see that crowning us the champions should be wish number 3.
I love to grant your wish. I love it with all my heart.
But it's not about the winning, it's about the taking part. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, would you stop? You're making a whole pantomime out of this.
We made so many friends in our journey through the score. Here's hoping to another 50 years of score galore.
Gallen have a clear stage. Timing stops now. And we welcome Gallen back on stage. Okay, my shiv, muchar Gallen, we shin rowas ar fad. Folks, you're really getting value for money tonight. You've had all the score competition, but you've also had Flatley, Daniel O'Donnell, and last but not least, you had Panto. So come on, that's serious good money there. Ramsray Hick and Ked and Ked Kuga Ella, Shishin Kuga Moon, Agus Kurmach Falter Arden Riv Nagil as Kundikiri. We welcome Nagil from Kerry, and their piece is entitled Sideline View. Stage lights, please. Nagil, have a clear stage. Timing starts now.
Will ye get a move on? You're as slow as a wet week.
Well, that's because you got us up at 7:30 this morning.
Yeah, it's now only 1 o'clock and the match isn't even starting till 2.
That's because I wanted to get a good seat. Sure didn't I pick a great spot? A bird's eye view we have.
You could have picked any spot you wanted. We've the whole bloody stadium to ourselves.
You don't get this excited when I'm playing a match.
That's because chess competitions don't encourage excitement, dear. Jealousy will get you nowhere, Marianne. This is your brother's first county final, and I don't want to miss a minute of it.
He's playing, and he hadn't even left the house before we did.
Now, Teddy, you and I both know that your driving isn't what it used to be. There was a time when you could reverse with your eyes closed. Now, when you're reversing, it's my eyes that are closed. Oh, would you look on?
How are you, Uncle John Joe?
Sure, how would I be? And my favourite nephew playing in his first county final in his club colours. I don't think they'll do it though. You turn locksmith, John Joe.
He's your only nephew, and I can't see what all the fuss is about.
Don't mind her, John Joe. A little bit of green-eyed monster going on here.
How'd you get here? Shanks mare, sure 'tis the best way to travel. Some poor sucker will always pull over and offer you a lift.
You never lost it, John Joe.
Sure, how could he lose it? He never even spends it, saving himself a few bob on petrol and parking. The old miser.
Oh, don't mention the parking. My blood pressure hasn't returned to normal yet.
Hiya! You got here fierce early. We thought we'd be the first here.
We stopped for a little bit of light lunch and a glass of vino to set the mood.
What did you have? A glass of Sauvignon Blanc?
Well, it's a day celebration. Hopefully, we decided to start off on the right foot, if you pardon the pun.
And we'll party into the wee small hours if we win. We might see you for a little drinky poo later, John Joe.
Not if I see ye first.
Where did you go for lunch?
That new bistro just around the corner.
It was heavenly. The food was divine.
Heavenly, divine was it? A taste of things to come when you meet the man upstairs. Sooner rather than later, hopefully.
We ate before we left home. More put on the bacon and cabbage real low before I went to bed last night. Jenny Mackers was melting her mouth stuff this morning.
Yes, we had brunch at 11. Bacon and cabbage with tea and toast.
Hiya, where are you at? Seriously? Come on. You're only on your way home from a night out last night. That's mental. I'd say just come straight here. Yeah, it's starting to fill up. Okay, I'll keep a seat for you. Love you, babes. Bye.
I expected you lot to be better turned out as seeing as your Patrick is on the team.
Or Paddy is actually team captain. Here, Marianne, start putting some face paint on your uncle and make it look like we mean business. Linda! Susan!
What in the name of God does she think she's wearing?
I can't say that I object from where I'm looking. What do you think today?
I'm pleading the fifth for my own safety.
Put your tongue back in your mouth, you dirty devil, you. You can't even see that far away without your glasses.
How'll you see the match?
I broke my glasses last night. I took a bit of a wobble and lo and behold, the glasses went flying.
I suppose it was the excitement of today, John Joe.
There'll be no excitement today. Or crowd will leave it after him, I'd say.
Why'd you bother coming at all, so, John Joe?
Think I felt a drop of rain. Quick, Mags, put up the brolly, darling. I cannot get my hair wet.
Evelyn Cusack did say there'd be a few local showers.
Evelyn Cusack is seldom wrong when it comes to rain.
You can't sit through the whole match looking like that.
I brought a change of clothes, but I didn't have time to change.
I've an idea. Sorry, can I borrow that?
God, this is lining up to be one of the best matches I've been at in a while. Good thing I brought my prescription goggles.
I do believe that man is beyond redemption.
We all be quiet, they're coming out.
Uncle John Joe will have fierce trouble keeping his eyes on the pitch.
I'll be lucky if I get to see the bitch with this one here, thinking she's Mary Poppins.
Come on, the girl! Woo! Up the girl! Who's playing again?
Are you serious?
What have you been doing here? Do you know who's playing?
We're here spotting talent.
It's clear ye know absolutely nothing about the talented Naguel team.
It's not that kind of talent we came to spot. Oh, would you look at them all lining out? God, some of them are drop dead gorgeous.
I know.
Chunky hunks. Who's the fella in the green jersey?
There are 15 of them in green jerseys. What number is he?
I'd give him a definite 9 out of 10. Oh, would you look at the muscles on him? He'd leave McGregor for dead.
Oh, look, there's Paddy! Go in, Mother!
Mom, stop! You're embarrassing him.
That's part of a mother's role, to embarrass her children.
Excuse me, would you mind putting the umbrella down? I can't see.
Teddy, will you just zip it? They're throwing in the ball.
He's not a bad midfielder now, that fella. He should definitely get the ball. Oh, sweet holy God! He missed it. What management team put him on the starting 15?
Sure, he has an enormous pair of hands on him. Have you seen them? They're like shovels.
Yeah, they wooden shovels.
Shh! We're trying to watch the match.
And so am I, if your friend would let me.
Oh, look! They're all going the same direction now. There must be something happening down that end. God, it's so exciting. It's like a stampede. Rumble in the jungle.
I'm warning you now. If you don't put down that umbrella, I'll put it where the sun...
That's my son, go on, Paddy!
Goal!
Is that us? Did we score? It looks like it, judging by the way they're all standing
dancing around.
Oh, you wouldn't call that dancing. Go on, you good thing. I knew they had it in them. Sure didn't I say it all along that today was their day?
Look, the sun is even coming out. It's a good omen.
Oh, I'll have to shade myself from it. Did you pack any sun cream, darling? No, just use the
If you'll watch lay a hand on that umbrella, God help me, I'll...
Teddy, relax. I'll source it.
Is there anything you didn't pack?
I thought we were leaving the country.
I packed for all eventualities.
Ah, look, they're all going the other way now.
I think that's bad for us.
Will you wake up, number 9? What are you wearing? Lead boots?
Will you stop shouting? He can't hear you.
What is he? Deaf as well as lame?
How many county medals exactly do you have, John Joe?
Please, God, hold them off. I'll do no wait for the next 7 days if they win.
But I know Vina is 9 days.
I know, but I'm going to see Christy Moore tonight week, and I couldn't possibly miss that.
Who? Where?
Oh, Listenberna.
Come on, number 4.
A goal.
Garrett, didn't I say it all along? They'll leave it after them.
They have this. Go on, go on, go on.
Pass it. Will you pass it?
Who's that number? 14.
Number 14, he's Donal O'Connor.
What? Are you at?
Following him on Instagram and sending him a friend request on Facebook. Duh.
Yes, they might just do it. This is their chance. Unbelievable. He missed it. That fella wouldn't kick a ball if he had 10 legs.
What was that they said over the loudspeaker?
2 minutes of added time, and they're 2 points down. We need a goal.
I'd start that novena now, ladies. They're finished, I'd say. Time to pack up and go.
They need one last push to get them over the line.
If only we had our own anthem to cheer them along.
Time to say goodbye.
Stole the ball! We got this. We are not strangers to the dark. Walk away, they said, 'cause we're not good enough to win. We've learned to look the other way. Run away, they said, we will show them who we are. We won't let them break us down to dust. We know that there's a place for us, for we are glorious. When we miss the ball and we get knocked down, we're gonna rise back up, we're gonna drown them out. We are brave, we are bruised, we are where we're meant to be. It's our time, look out, 'cause here we come. And we're marching on to the beating drum. We're not scared, we're not frail, we'll be champions. We're not well. Oh,
Well done, Joe. What did they get at?
Sure didn't I say it all along? I knew they'd win.
The Gael have a clear stage. Timing stops now. And we welcome the Gael back on stage. Okay, my Shafeen, with your Kerry. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not tall enough or brave enough to say anything smart about Kerry footballers, so I'm just going to say nothing. Okay, Shinjeru Leshin Kmordashin, Shinjeru Leshin Kmordas, Kmordas Leru Stacha, Ramos Ryan Higgin, Cake Mornisella, Shishin Kmordas Kjol Erlisha. So moving on to Kjol Erlisha, and Ked Kuga or Arden be Kuga Lion Ugin, Agus be Kilcomer Kilahi Ugin as Ivali. We'll have Kilcormac Killahy from Offaly, and their tunes will be Knock Knock Gowan, followed by the High Fiddle Road. The High Fiddle Road. Okay, my shiv Chanini of Holly, Inked of Minor Fad. Folks, just to mention, there was a young lady behind me here a few moments ago playing the banjo. Her name is Verona Lynch, and she's actually 17 today. I was wondering, could we maybe give her a wee rendition of La Brejas on a ditch? What do you think? Could you help me out? Because I certainly can't sing. So after a tree, maybe she's gonna come out for us, maybe? She might be too mortified. After a tree, a hien, a daw, a tree. La Brejas. Okay, my who Verona, the Mayo lads said they'd sort you out with 17 kisses out at the foyer there. Ramas Rai Hig and Ked Kugala, Shishin Kuga Olu, and Tam Shaw be Roperi Namadanogi Nasardwaha. We're going to have Madden Rapparees from Armagh, and their tunes will be the Kilglass Lakes Jig, followed then by Craig's Pipes. Folks, I'm assured that Ardwaha are well worth the wait, so could we give them another round of applause, please? Okay, my shiv, which are Ardwaha, didn't I tell you they were well worth the wait there? Not only that, they tell me they're actually all cousins as well, so can you imagine going to a birthday party in one of their houses? Rahmat Rai, Hig, and Hied Kuga Ella, Shishin Kuga Moon, and Tam Shaw be Kilshanniogin as Condi Corky. We'll have a Kinshannig from Cork. And their tunes will be Gillian's Apples, followed then by the Mossy Banks. Let's hear it once more for Kilshannig. Nes be an Condi Jernach agin don Chmorna show or hamus go Kuga Connachta agus be Cora Finn as Condi na Gaillimhe agin. We're going to have Cora Finn from Galway and it's good to see that not all of you went to the football today anyway. But there are two tunes will be Behind the Haystack and The Earl's Chair. So while you're waiting, you might be interested to hear that Cora Finn beat Gweedore today in the football, 215 to 112. And with any luck, they might have some success in the Kildare tonight as well. Okay, my shiv mucher na galva sin jeru leis an cumardas ceol urlisha rahas marihig an chéad cumardas ela agus an cumardas journach danithe rahas hig rinka sech. And chéad cúga Arden be cúga Olu again. We'll have Ulster on stage now agus be Glan Luller again as Condi Gurda. We'll have Glenullen from County Derry and they'll be dancing the plain set and it'll be the first and sixth figure. Okay, my Shafin, Glan and Yoller, ain't the Biower Fadan Shin. Two of those girls told me earlier that they brought their baby brothers along tonight. They're only 2 months old. I have a feeling with all that noise, they're going to be awake for a very long time, but I'm sure we'll see them again on the stage in a few years' time. And Chéad Cúig Elanish, Ramos go Cúig Moon, and Tam Shaw be an Spa again as Conti Kiri. We'll have a Spa now, and they'll be dancing the first and third figure of the plain set. Okay, much Harry into Mina Moira Faranchin. Some of those downstairs told me that they actually have 2 All-Ireland medals in their back pocket and they're hoping to add to that collection tonight. So let's see, does that work out for you? Rahmachik and Kid, Kuga Elish, Shin Kuga Connacht, August and Monaster Kruk Muiogin. Do you want them to dance or not? No? You do? Okay. Monaster Kruk Muiogin as Condi na Gaillimhe will have Abby Knockmoy from County Galway, and they'll be dancing the Ballykeel set. Is mai sibh mu tíir na gáileh sin ínta bríomhar ar fádan sin. An chead cúga eile agus an cúga déarnach don chmórna seo be cúga Lion agin, an tam seo be níomh seosú as an ERV agin. We've St. Joseph's from Westmeath. And St. Joseph's will be dancing the Caledonian set, and it's the first and fifth figure. Okay, so that was first prize there for a one night stay for two at the Croke Park Hotel. Second prize is one full term scholarship to College Ishka, and the number is number 30. I think it's Anita O'Keefe, number 30. And if you could make your way to the front foyer to collect your prize there. And Trihu do Shanish. This is for 2 nights B&B for 2 people and a dinner at Breffy House Resort. That's going to Ailish McEntee, I think it is. Ailish McEntee, County Monaghan. It's 692. So if she's here, it's number 692. Could you make your way to the foyer, please? Okay, Dushiver at Cahir. It's a signed Mayo jersey. And this is going to Emer and Anya Gleeson. I'm not sure if you can wear it at the same time. You might have to share it 6 months about. The number is 523. So Emer and Anya Gleeson from Tipperary, and the number is 523. This is for Dushiver Cuig. It's for O'Neill's Score men's jersey. The number is 36. I think it's Micheál Fahy, I believe. And it's written here as Mayo, I think so. It's the number 36, and I believe it's Micheál Fahy.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, the 6th prize. This time it's for ladies' Score jersey. It's number 82, and I think it's Kathleen O'Leary, Newcastle, Tipperary. So Kathleen O'Leary, number 82. That's for prize number 6. Agus an Clonjernachanish, it's number 183. This is for a voucher for 2 people for a show at the theatre here. It's number 183, and the name is Rose Boylan. Okay. Okay, Boylan Foss, Caithirlach.
I extend a special welcome to you all to Mayo today, and especially here to Castlebar for these finals of Scorn and Og. Special set of finals as we start celebrating our 50th anniversary. I extend a special welcome to Uachtaráin Cumann Class Gael John Horton, who's with us today with his wife and son. When somebody takes over as Uachtaráin, you begin to notice them acting presidential after a while, but it's strange how it rubs off. There's a young man down there, John's son, who arrived here today. I'm not quite sure what age he is, I'd say about 10. But in the spirit of détente, he's arrived in a Mayo jersey. And being a dub, you can't ask for much more than that. I have a fair good idea when we get to Croke Park next Saturday, he won't be wearing the Mayo jersey. But anyway, I'd like to say thanks, first of all, to all those who have made this final such a memorable occasion. And it has been a truly memorable final. I'd like to thank the members of Cushtan Oshunta Score, particularly our new secretary, Jamie O'Tuma, who's taken over the role this year. The Cushtan Score Connachtla with Tommaso Murray, who has taken over the role as Rooney there. As you can probably guess, Tomas comes from Dave Dominic's, and they're all here with him, yeah? And Cushtan Score we owe with their chairman, Seamus McGibbon, and secretary, Grania Jafrania, and all the stewards from Mayo have been here all day long. They've been here from very early this morning, both down in the other hall and here today, and they've been very helpful, and I just want to say a big thanks to them all. It's a very big task, especially when people are in their first year organising a final like this. There's 1,400 people here, and all the logistics that have to go into that makes it a very, very difficult organisation. I hope that everybody will overlook any errors that we've made and concentrate on all the good things that you've seen today. But I do wish to apologise, first of all, on our behalf to any of those that were discommoded by the misprinting of tickets, which caused a bit of concern at the start of the day. And I just want to thank people. You know, some people can cause an awful lot of fuss when something goes wrong. A lot of people found they had wrong tickets today and they were asked to move to different seats, and they created no fuss or bother about it, and that's the spirit, and I'd like to say thanks very, very much. From our point of view, we will learn lessons from what happened today, and we will move forward, so Gormahagav. Today is the culmination of a long process which started with clubs, through divisions, counties and provinces. And I want to say thanks to everybody, but particularly the Uffigi, Culture Augustchanga and the Score secretaries at county and provincial level who do so much work. And I'd like to say in this regard that we are delighted with the enhanced and increased support that we have and the communication that we have between the 4 provincial councils and Score na Siúnta. It's a delight the way we're working together, and Ariel in Lekela. Blin an specialta é seo. Tá muid cumorú chuige blin ó chur Derry Gowan tús le Score. A few weeks ago, we held our monthly meeting in Derry's clubhouse in Fermoy. We laid a wreath at his grave. We enjoyed the Jubilee concert organised in conjunction with Score na Moon. And in doing so, we paid tribute and prayed for all those who have worked to put Score where it is today, anyone that worked in any way. And in that regard, it is a special honour to have with us today Fonzie Tully down here in the front row from Roscommon. Fonzie is the man who gave the name Score to this 50 years ago, and it's a delight to have him with us. So, bib all of us, please. But I'm also conscious that for every name that we do name by name, there are hundreds of people out there and hundreds of people who have passed away, who have built Score into what it is. They may not have been the people who were chairpersons or county chairman or anything else. They may just have been the people who held the tin box at the door, or swept the hall, or put away the chairs, or made the sandwiches. But in any way they could, they helped to make this what they are. And those names are known only to you, because in every village across this country, somebody worked for Score. Somebody was the one that started Score. Somebody was the one that encouraged people to take on Score. Somebody was the one that encouraged people to come back to Score when they got beaten, and beaten a second time and beaten a third time. So I'm going to ask you now, please, if you would, for just a short moment, to please stand with me and just in your own head, remember the people from your community who have made Score what it is. Gormakov. These competitions are very special. But the reason they're so special is not because of all of you out there or anything else, it's about the people who take to the stage here. And these competitions have been graced by some absolutely terrific performances today. Absolutely splendid. There wasn't a weak competition, I think, from beginning to end. There has been superb performances, but there has also been performances by extremely young children. And I think sometimes we forget when we're watching it how young some of them are and how daunting it can be to take to a stage like this and to perform in front of a huge audience. I think they deserve an enormous round of applause. The motto of Scorn and Og is Mullen Oige agus Chuckishi. Praise youth and they'll come. And they've been chucking in some way around here today, I tell you. But the young people will change this organising and they will move it on. And I just draw your attention in your programme to the news of the Score Camp that was started in County Down this year. And I'm throwing it out there to counties all over the country. There is no reason what was done in County Down can't be replicated. The model is there through the score camps for GA, for hurling and so on. There's no reason why we can't have score camps that promote our culture as well. And I'm throwing it at counties now to see who will pick up the baton and run with it. I want to thank our adjudicators. If there's one job I wouldn't do in this world is be an adjudicator, especially on a day today. I thank them in advance, and that's all I'm going to say. There are a number of groups of people that have made this very special today, and I just want to remark on this stage behind me today. It has been absolutely superb. It's hard to believe if you're sitting down there that all that's behind me there is a white curtain and has been decorated with lights from beginning to end today by AVA, the people who look after our sound and lighting, and I think they put up a marvellous stage, and it's been wonder to sit down and look at it. Our thanks to the hotel here, TF Royal Hotel, also to St. Gerald's College down the road who hosted the Tránageist earlier, and to O'Neill's who have designed the beautiful Score Quega jerseys which have been found outside, and I hope that many of you get to wear over the next while. Agus bavralam mavwichas a cornul de TG Cahar as oct na comorta she a credo bio an Igerlin. Last year was the first year that TG Caharan came on board, and we have reports last year of people watching this programme live in places like Vietnam, Laos and the far end of the world. And it's amazing to think that something that started as an idea in Cork 50 years ago is now travelling around the world. Vermagav TG Cahar. I'd like to say thanks to our Farah Chi, Stefan. I think he did a marvellous job today. You saw about a third of what he did. Another third he did backstage, and the rest of it he did by being here since early morning when all the kids were practicing on stage. He was there with them, talking to them, encouraging them, and making them feel at ease. And I think he did a marvellous job, and it's an example of how it should be done. There's a whole team backstage who have kept this running smoothly all day, and I know it's getting late and I don't want to delay you any longer, but I think they deserve a huge round of applause. So we're moving on, and I hope that everybody joins in the spirit of commemoration this year. We're looking forward to commemorative concerts in Ulster, which will be held in March, in Connacht in April, and in Ulster in March, Connacht in April, and in Leinster in May. Our Score Shinshire finals will be back here in April. So for now, I wish you a very good night. Good luck to every one of the contestants. And I hope that we see you all back here again on the 13th of April. So, in leaving you, can I ask you to put your hands together for Uachtaráin Cumann Lúthchleas Gael, John Horton.
Gwyniwsle Tom O'Rochas or Ve and Shaw Cashlan and Barrick in you. Boatlum Trace Lou le Gokdine at Locker Parts of Comortis in you. Bhí an caidan ar aus, agus buchas freisin go dtí na multóirí a bhí gobar, agus do Stefan Farrantí a bhí going. Today is a special day in Score history. We're in our 50th year, and I think it's great to think back to the people like Derry Gowan and Fonzie Tully and these people who came together and created this concept that has lasted the test of time. And I'm quite sure when they pulled Score together back 50 years ago, they never thought that such a thing as the internet would be transmitting it out on YouTube today to everyone around the world. But to those people that had that idea back then, I think we owe them a lot. And Fonzie's here on the side stage, and I suppose his presence here represents those that actually put all the work together. I'd like to thank Aidan Brennan and the National Score Committee for the work that they've put into driving on the competition. But they've been backed up equally by those involved in the 4 provinces on the provincial committees, and equally then it trails back down to each county and down to each club. And whilst we had a standard here today, I have to say that the best I've ever seen a score competition, most definitely we have to think about the people in all the clubs throughout the country who over the winter months put the preparation, the time and the effort. And we've always got to acknowledge one thing: it's all done voluntary in our amateur community organisation. So well done to each and every one of you involved in your clubs. I think going out of here today, everyone that partook in this competition was a winner. But anyone that did ultimately come out as the winner of any of the particular competitions can say going home they won a competition of an extremely high standard. I'd like to congratulate each and every one of those that partook in the competitions. Wish them the best of luck, and no matter what the result is, you've each gained on a personal level for the experience of going through it all. Gurmila Mahugav.
Okay, well, I'm going to usually boil him correlation we hishin, boil him boy his a goal lesson, question the score as Curl Hurt do Hacked and Shawl of MRT Augusta and Lan U. Boil him boy his a goal lesson, focus to cheer Culture August Changa at your own, at an Shaw Takalum, August Lamavan Kila, Sarita, Hanik Sheeson Shaw, the Takalum Foster. I'd just like to thank the National Committee here for having me today, and of course to yourselves for coming along and supporting. Okay, if you give us a moment, I think we're going to have adjudications just any minute now. Wee bit of suspense building, maybe. Okay, folks, can we have a bit more buzz for Fonzie Tully? Could we have Liam Rabbit, Moisture the Guest, backstage, please?
Harcan, Cuman Lucas Quail, Boalin, just our Mila Buechas, a Choranul, go Stefan O'Hay, and you, Avimar RT, and who did a fantastic job. So we just would like to make a short presentation to Stefan. Garmina Mahagi. Stefan, you're trying to guess, both trying to guess.
Okay, hard to Hamas right, le butchery trying to guest on watching a new Shishin, Condi, and Cowan. Could be sponsor of Condi and Cowan. My chef. Agus. This team here scored 77 out of a total of 80 marks today, and I'm sure you'll agree that's fantastic. Agus tugugi bulagu more bus to Liam Rabbit for Nagesta, Meister Nagesta o Wajin and you. Folks, we'll be waiting just one more moment for the rest of our adjudications. Any winners, could you come up like you did earlier on through the back doors and up onto the stage then? Just one more announcement. If our sports file photographer is in the house, could you come behind stage, please? Because I think you want the lights on there, did you? Okay, butchery, Nahiha, August butchery, Cream the Heron, St. Comortis, Rinkasech. Yeah, oh, one body allowed, okay. St. Comortis, Rinkafernia, Ahagalan, Condi Interma. Okay, my shiv, which are Condi Indrama, Kabul shiv. So well done there to Ahagalan, County Antrim. And of course, my shiv leis na Dausri Legala di Parchak in St. Mortis and Cornis Rinkafernia. So well done to all our dancers in Rinkafernia. They weren't this slow coming on stage earlier on, huh? Okay, we're Hamas Rai and Kate Quartus Ella, Shishin Quartus Oraniact Ainer in solo singing. Butcher na Hihanact na Aoife ní Crainer. That's Aoife Trainer, Cundy and Doon, County Down. Okay, so Bullimore Bostella for Hinya Aoife. In san Head Comordasella, Comordus Aharshockta, Comordus Skiliocta, Butcher Nahiha, Moya Hatch ni Kravshi, Kundi Intrama. That's Mary Kate Bones, County Antrim. Okay, so once again that was Mary Kate, Moya Kate ni Kravshi, Kundi Intrama. So Mary Kate from County Antrim. Stella from Mary Kate. And Kate Comordasella, she's in Comordus Balagrupa. Butcherina Hiha Anak, Nimora Kundi Lintrama. Championship is St. Mary's County Leitrim. Okay, Moishev, Nibora. Okay, Moishev, Chanyanin sin. And Hid Comordas Elush, Shin Comordas Lerus Stancha. Comordas Lerus Stancha, Butchery, Nahiha Nacht. Nimora Ahagalan. That's Larry Stancha. We have Nimora Samiris Ahagalan Kundi Intima, County Antrim. Okay, I think you'll all agree that one of the lines in Ahagalan's Larry Stancha was it's the taking part that counts, and I'm sure you'll all agree to that this evening. We've had great participation, and hopefully we will have on stage now Nimora Ahagalan Kundi Intrama. Okay, Moishev, Moicher Kundi Intervention. And Hid Comordas Ella and St. Comordas Kjol Erlisha. Butchery Nahiha Nacht. Kilchormac Kilahi. Ivali. Okay, my shiv, that's Kilcormac, Kilahi, County Offaly. So Bullimore bus Penya Witcher Ivali. I'm sure that's a great birthday present. Okay, harta an head Comordas Ella agus an Comordas Cherna, Comordas Rinkas Butchery na hí hanacht. Monastery Cockmui, Condina Gallagher. Okay, my Shafina Karza, that's leis na butchery agus leis na Homaihor Alig. So well done to all our winners and to all our competitors tonight.
Great job.